Smith crying and snivelling when it comes to top. So we know we can get amongst them. So when I get Australia coming on, when they're on top, it does irritate me. I like to see them when see the same attitude. See Australia when they're losing. They're the worst losers. And I like losers because who wants to be a good loser? Right. Dr. Will keep you updated throughout the night. And just a reminder tomorrow, Steve Harmerson and John Dalton will review all the action at the end of the day play on TopSport 2 and on the TopSport Cricket YouTube channel. John Cricket. What's enjoyed on TalkSport with Selco Business Warehouse. Check out this one's real deals at selcobusiness.com. Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £40 million. I think that deserves a whoop-whoop. Thank you, faraway person. Getting tonight's Euro Millions draw. Play on that. Estimated jackpot account charges. Our Christmas centerpieces are better than half price. Pick up a British beef joint for £6.49 per kilo, a whole leg of lamb for £7.50 per kilo, or British pork joint for £3.75 per kilo. Morrison's, making more at Christmas. The dogs are sold online, exclude Morrison's daily apps, where it's sold online was £19 per kilo, and 24th of December. The very big sale just got bigger, with amazing savings from the online store for fashion, home and more. Save up to 40% on selected home and furniture, and save up to 50% on selected fashion and sports. Shop all your sale deals, plus more times paid with Very Pay. Very. Let's make it sparkle. Event ends 21st of January. Separate delivery to be £99.
Football. It's what colours. And that. It's what life's all about. But sometimes life can get too much. We can all struggle. Every 90 minutes, the length of a match, someone in the UK dies by suicide. That's why Samaritans are here to listen 24/7. Donate £10 to Samaritans this match day to help bring someone's future back. Search Samaritans to donate now. Thank you. Is the thought of renewing your travel insurance weighing you down? Does it make you feel like you want to bang your head against a brick wall? Why not use Confused.com and feel more like a balloon? A balloon in the shape of a person who's no longer weighed down by travel insurance. And balloons don't have a nervous system, so they feel no pain. Travel insurance feels better when you just use Confused.com.
Love that feeling when the game just clicks. I'm Virgin Bet. You'll find all your favorites in one place. Classic casino games and hundreds of the most exciting slots. And it's a good bet. You'll love our new member welcome offer. Just join, wait for at least £10 on slots within 7 days of signing up, and get 100 free spins to get you started.
Oh, so warm next to this. Oh, better.
7 days, value varies. Terms and exclusions apply. 18 plus, bet responsibly. Gamble away for all.
Helping business owners to work better and live better. Search Nissan Vans or head to your local Nissan Van Centre.
We have 4 minutes past 12. I'm Nick Andy. Good afternoon. Dan Burn is expected to miss at least 5 Premier League games and Newcastle's FA Cup third round tie. As such, breaking his ribs against Sunderland, Burns out from Tottenham. Meanwhile, Eddie Howe accepts criticism for the Derby defeat, which he's called a strange game.
Thanks a lot. Well, actually, for the game of the Premier League, so defensively, okay, so you have to see it for what it is. But yes, certainly we'll go well way off what we can be, what we expect to be. That's certainly a part of our focus.
Newcastle's Carabao Cup quarter-final with Fulham. It's live on TalkSport tomorrow night. Brendan Rodgers is the new boss of Alcantara. They're currently fifth in the Saudi Pro League. Now, the man who drove into crowds of Liverpool's Premier League parade is being sentenced this lunchtime. Paul Doyle has admitted 31 charges, including wounding with intent. A minute's time will be held there for the third Ashes test in Adelaide tonight. Australia captain Pat Cummins just put his children to bed when he heard about the terrorist attack in Sydney.
The place is just around the corner from where we live, and we take the kids there all the time. So, yeah, keep home pretty hard. So, yeah,
replace the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort in 2027 and 2028. And finally to dance at only where after meeting Cameron Benz's 20-year-old Charlie Manby and to have a little chat with his boss.
Yeah, no, we were just road trip back last night, and so just to let you know, I'm not working tomorrow.
It's pretty there in Huddersfield. The place is aware of Matt Campbell versus Adam Savali in round 2. Chris Doby and Gerwin Price get going today, both the afternoon and evening sessions, alive over on 42.
Sport news.
BBC says a little fight, a lawsuit filed by Donald Trump over an edited speech, and one of the suspected gunmen in the Bombay shooting has begun speaking after waking from a coma. Often used in half an hour.
Tools for the weather with Quick Fit, with expert technicians in all our centres across the country. We'll keep your cars in build safety tech in top condition this winter. Book today at quickfit.com.
Patchy rain clearing eastern England, northwest Scotland will see a few blustery showers, but dry and bright for all the rest of us, feeling colder as well.
Jim White, Simon Jordan on Talk Sport. 100% one-cut sports coverage with Jim White and Simon Jordan. Highly charged, highly illuminated, highly recommended. Join the family.
White and Jordan.
Mid-mornings on Talk Sport.
Good afternoon, everybody. 6 minutes past 12 noon. Jim White and Simon Jordan. We are live on Talk Sport. Tuesday afternoon, December the 16th. The big day is getting ever closer. If you want to watch the show, you can. We're live on YouTube, live on Samsung, LG, even Prime Video. Wherever you want to watch us, you can watch us like a telly show that's on the radio. And you're welcome any which way at all. But very shortly, we're going to discuss some of the things that were said yesterday by the hugely popular Martin O'Neill. 73-year-old Martin O'Neill. How much does the recent success of Martin challenge the norms of age in the dugout? We'll get to that. In the meantime, we're sticking with this because my colleague here at TalkSport's chief football correspondent Alex Crook joins us live in the studio. We'll talk about all things Inter Maresca in just a second as Chelsea go to Cardiff tonight in the Carabao Cup. But Alex, good afternoon to you. First things first, as I understand it, off the back of the 4-4 draw at Manchester United Bournemouth last night. Some interesting quotes from Bruno Fernandes coming out this lunchtime.
Yeah, it's never a dull moment, is it, when it comes to Manchester United? Never a slow news stone. He's been talking about Kobe Mainoo and that rather provocative post from his brother at Old Trafford last night. But Bruno Fernandes has been speaking to Portuguese media. He's been speaking about his situation this summer. And of course, he was close to leaving Manchester United for a life-changing move to Saudi Arabia. He's let us behind the scenes about, if you like. He said that Ruben Amorim wanted him to stay. He's hinted that the hierarchy there maybe had other ideas. These are quotes from Bruno Fernandes. From the club side, he said, it felt a bit like, if you leave, it's not so bad for us. It hurts me, says Fernandes. More than hurting, it makes me sad. Because I'm a player who has nothing to criticise. I'm always available. I always play good or bad. I give my all. Then you see things around you, players who don't value the club as much, don't defend the club as much. That makes you sad. So he suggested there that Jim Ratcliffe would have cashed in. We know he's got a release clause of £57 million that would enable him to join a top European club this upcoming summer. And I do wonder if this is Bruno Fernandes maybe paving the way for his departure from United, but I'm also intrigued about who he meets amongst his teammates that maybe don't value the club, in his words, as much as he does.
What do you make of that, Simon? I mean, one thing about Bruno Fernandes, you cannot fault him for effort, for his constant availability, and for clearly what the football club means to him.
Well, maybe there was criticism in the past, isn't it? Where people don't think he's a captain, that people think his histrionics have diminished the performance of the team and stuff at times. If he's got release clause in his contract, it's because he wanted it there. So, how committed are you to the club that you perform so well? And if you sit in the room with the player telling them how valuable they are, they'll tell you how much they want. So I imagine it's a conversation that's based upon, yeah, well, you know, ultimately if you want to go, you can go. And that would have been at the same time.
Do you find that, Alex, that we have to be careful saying to those at the football club, show me a bit more?
Yeah, I sort of agree with Simon. I mean, he got a big new contract and he's just about United's top earner now, so he has been valued. I find him a bit of an enigma, Bruno Fernandes, because you look at his numbers
and they're there to be shot at. In terms of his goals, his assists, I mean, the free kick he scored last night was absolutely terrific. I understand the argument that maybe some of his body language doesn't befit a captain, but I would push back on that and say, well, how many John Terry type, Roy Keane type captains are there really in the Premier League anyway these days? And, you know, the role of the captain is, Oliver's changed a lot, and I think certainly he's led by example. For me, he's been the best signing of the post-Ferguson era. There aren't too many rival contenders for that, and I still think he's got a big part to play. I'd be disappointed if he went to Saudi Arabia. If he goes to a Bayern Munich or a Real Madrid because he can go and challenge for silverware, because that's what's missing from this season. You know, it's not like Mo Salah. Mo Salah leaves Liverpool and goes to Saudi Arabia. He's done it all. He's won all there is to win the club game. Bruno Fernandes, I think, still has some trophies to win the cup.
Yeah, Bruno Fernandes goes to Saudi Arabia. It tells you all you need to know. That's not a football move. That's a financial move. At what point do Man United, I know English club are going to sit there potentially and pay what the Saudis are going to pay, because there's no need for them to do that. But at the same token, they're not going to be able to offer you the tax status that the Saudis offer, which means that you're getting double your money, irrespective of how much they spend. In terms of already doubling your money, they'll double it again because you've not got no tax liabilities if you stayed for 3 years. So Bruno Fernandes leaves Man United and goes and joins a top 6 side in Europe, and you say to yourself, well, they're not sitting Man United, how do you know that's happened? How do you know that's happened? Because you're competing with these guys. Yeah, he goes to the Saudi club, well then the question's asked and answered. He went for the money.
Yeah. Before we leave Manchester United out, and I know you're close to it, Kobe Minor, what is the situation there? Is he going to start giving it to? Well, he might have to start next one, because Casemiro is suspended. Obviously, they've got players going off for African Cup of Nations duty as well. I think this will tell you, this game against Villa, if he does have any future under Ruben Amorim, to be picked Ugarte instead of Kobe Minor. He did look bad African Cup last time, maybe in question for one of the Bournemouth goals. And I think it will be pretty clear that he has no future under Ruben Amorim. I reported yesterday that the Manchester United hierarchy are entertaining permanent bids for Kobe Mainoo in this upcoming window. That doesn't mean he wouldn't be allowed to go out alone, but I think that would be towards the end of the window once those players come back from African Cup of Nations duty. But the fact that hierarchy are digging in here and saying, look, this is a guy who's come through the academy, he's still got a future in the football club. Does that suggest that maybe they're still not completely sold on Ruben Amorim, because he clearly doesn't pay?
Their bids made, is there a market valuation of Maynard? You will not be priced by this one for Maynard.
What did you say? Not sell? Sure. There's a lot of possibility.
Yeah, until someone comes along and offers a ridiculous amount of money. I mean, of course the Guardians going to get it. They pay 30, 40, 50 million quid for it, don't they?
It's not good enough. But it won't take for me to have a look. They're trying to get particularly away from home against an informed Villa team. Very strong in midfield. I think it'll be the wrong call from Ruben Amorim.
And reports circulating, Thomas Frank at Tottenham has been given the backing of the Spurs hierarchy following discussions at the top of the club. Why does he need the backing?
Well, I think because there's a lot of noise from supporters. Obviously, home form has been poor. They were hammered at Nottingham Forest at the weekend. Dean Ashton was on duty for us there. He was very scathing at the Tottenham performance. I think the hierarchy just want to try and settle the noise down. I feel for Thomas Frank because he's inherited the team, finished 17th in the Premier League last season. It's largely the same group of players. They don't, for me, have the weaponry to really challenge for a place in the top 4. I think they're probably about where they should be in the table. Yes, maybe the football is a bit more negative than it was under Ange Postecoglou, but they've been playing on
it's freezing.
Didn't want to add to it. Something we've spoken about. So, isn't it? But actually, you don't need to be a detective to work out exactly how. I think it's pretty clear that he's only a club's hierarchy. I think he's going to push you back against the way the club is run, the fact that they only really want to invest in young players, the fact that he feels obliged to make as many changes to his starting 11, 123 changes he's making, 24 games in the competition because he only wants certain players to get minutes, therefore he increases their value. But I'm not sure this is going to end well for players that are resting.
Where's my box? God, my nose just wants to run and run.
What the manager was told. This is the thing. Managers walk into a job. If he was told at the time, this is the policy that we have, this is the model that we have, he has absolutely no business saying what he said. And it's ridiculous because if you let people to a job on the basis that this is what the brief was, and I imagine they're pretty clear, I don't think Ekbali is the sort of person that doesn't say what he thinks. And I think it's pretty clear that these managers get their job and then what they do is get a little bit drunk on their own importance and come up with something that's ridiculous. This is the worst 40 hours of my life.
Maybe he's showing maybe a bit more ambitions that,
Oh yeah,
that'll be bigger when we were
that level of ambition will get you somewhere. Yeah.
That's okay, but where's the head of his comment tonight in the Catholic Cup? Mr. Kirk, Dr. Chief Football Correspondent, having me in mind.
Milkshake.
Shit in there. You got the thing you asked for, and you don't even get it.
This is why I never asked for anything.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, it's nice coat though.
Is not a 70-year-old man, as you will see it. He's full of vitality, full of energy, full of vim and vigour, will have a fight and energy room. Argues points, and has points to prove.
And I know you speak to him away from here, as I do, but your conversation's probably different to mine. For a prospective owner, how much can you judge
6 weeks. But you've taken a team that's 7 last 8 games and turned it into a team that you have 100% record in them, 100% losses. Now, I suspect that your coverage poised it, but no doubt I hope I think this week, because otherwise the stock is going to really start to ramp up this sport like that. But I'm always slightly aggressive, and you've got to make a step up somewhere along the line. But the idea that the MLS is a fertile ground to judge a manager's capabilities, I've watched it, it's great. It's a whole league. It's these teams and the top teams in the MLS would have difficulty competing at League 2 level. That's what I've seen with some of the best teams in the league. Russell is Miami. Yes, of course, Messi's a phenomenal. We played on the pitch, they're actually travelable. But Busquets, Alba, and Messi, all important stars. The homegrown talent is a mile. The management capabilities, from my view, are miles off. Now, going to Marcelo Hill, there'll be interesting eyes looking at him. There'll be interesting perspectives about him. And if he wants to manage again, I suspect, and I told him that yesterday, we need to be a bit proactive. Because you are, again, potentially current. Can you take him to make games? You can take the fact that he's still a very sensible, focused individual, that is capable. Is he going to be a 5-year project manager? No, he's not.
So, what level does he go back in at when he goes back in?
Well, that's the opportunity. I can see if things will go wrong for certain clubs in the Premier League. Arsenal will be something that might be considered for a Premier League job. Premier League? Yeah, I suppose manager most of his career. He's not such a League 1 manager, is he?
Okay, fine, I'm doing it. Keeps it crossing. That was everything for this week's Real Deal. We'll set up a government warehouse. But the latest special offers pick up this month's Real Deals in branch or online at www.com.
The halls are decked with guaranteed wins every Friday in December on the Sky Vegas prize machine. It's free to play. Simply opt in and spin to win. Each prize comes with its own terms and expiry dates. The prize machine enter another 1 million winners this year. There's so much to unwrap this festive season at Sky Vegas. Minigame must be played for bonus rounds feature. Eligibility restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus SkyWeather.org.
You can save up to £1,032 with the Samsung Galaxy S25 FE when you trade in an eligible phone. Keep you and your family connected this Christmas. Hurry! Offer ends the 17th of December. So, go online or in store today. Vodafone. Save £576 per gigabyte on the next 6 months. Frequently trial times for paid. Bonus is 500 petrol and credit trading checks and tax and finance by benefit. Think about cheese.
Chipotle sauce and a mega cheese smell, and it's giving the new cheesy chicken snack of McDonald's. The mention is cheesy. Available to book Jet 2026 from an event present to special events with availability. Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £40 million. Thank you, faraway person. In tonight's Euro Millions draw, play on. Estimation, account totals, position, players, games, and weather. Football, it's for both. And doubt, it's what life's all about. But sometimes, life can get too much.
This Christmas at Tesco, get a 6-pack of Tesco Fine Instruments cards for just £1.50, down from £3 with your Tesco card. Finding great prices, that's what makes it Christmas. Tesco.
Very good afternoon, you're listening to Talksport. It is headlines, I'm Amelia Beltran. The BBC says it's going to fight a $10 billion lawsuit brought in by Donald Trump. It's over a misleading edits of the president's speech before the Capitol riots in January 2021, with Trump describing it as fake news.
The BBC has spliced together two pieces of audio from Donald Trump, which were actually spoken almost an hour apart. It's very difficult not to describe them as fake news.
Conservative Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride filling us in there. The BBC has admitted it made a mistake. Now back to that Bondi Beach shooting, and the alleged gunman Naveed Akram has woken up from a coma in hospital. 50 people died in Sunday's attack, plus the other gunman Naveed's dad Sajid. Somebody else work from News from Australia told us this update.
They had homemade ISIS flags in their car. They had explosive devices.
We're also hearing the payments the Philippines last month, possibly to link the terrorist groups there. Elsewhere, unemployment's risen to its highest level for nearly 5 years. It rose to 5.1% in the 3 months to October, up from 5%. There's also a slowdown on wage growth. And you might be in luck, dozens of drivers may have their speeding fines cancelled after a fault was found with some cameras. Apparently there's been more than 2,500 wrongful activations since 2021.
Sport with Bostic. If you need a professional grade student with high mold resistance, easy tooling and minimal shrinkage, choose Bostic Pro Steelers.
With Doyle, the man who drove into crowds at Liverpool's title parade, is being sentenced in court. And Dan Bell will miss Newcastle's next 6 matches after breaking his ribs in the Winter Derby. Top is more at 1.
Christmas 2025 on Talksport. The kids are getting annoyed. You need to get away. Remember that your savior was sponsors of the day. Get your fill with big prisoners. Waits you up at 6. It's the best place to get your football kicks. Football kicks. It's the best place to get your football kicks. Christmas breakfast with all your treats. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Talksport. Bright enjoyment optimised for maximum concentration on Talksport. Boxing locates on Talksport Weekly Zone, the global home of boxing. Sign up now at BAZN.com/boxing.
Now then, Big Boss, most chaos in the ring headlined by Lawrence of Cody versus Evidence of Tete, with a stacked card featuring heavyweight standouts David Atlee and Olympic champion Tony Yoka. Catch all the action this Sunday only on the Zone. So that's Sunday. Before that, on Friday, of course, what are we about to witness? Anthony Joshua takes on Jake Paul in Miami, Florida. We're going to speak to boxing agent Sam Jones, who stopped by into the studio this lunchtime. We'll do that in a second. In the meantime, Paul and AJ had something of a face-off in Miami.
Ever since I come into the game, I've got the hustle. I'm not a YouTuber, a social media expert. I'm a fighter first and foremost, but I understood how to navigate my way through this industry. And from day one, I know how to make money. Before I come into boxing, I know how to make money.
Humans try to put people into boxes, and since I don't fit into any box, they try to keep me in one area or another. I'm all things. I'm an entrepreneur first. I'm a venture capitalist. I'm an influencer. I make Instagram posts. I'm a boxer. I'm a CEO, founder of Voice Valuable Promotions. I'm all of these things. I'm a man of Jesus.
I don't really try to be politically correct, but it's something like it kind of an insult. Like, I'm not really a YouTuber. And
Oh no, I don't take it as an insult because YouTubers make more money than boxers. I don't take it as an insult. I just think people adapt, as the Brits would say. So it is what it is. But like YouTubers run the world. Look at Speed. Look at Mr. Beast. We are the new modern day A-list celebrities. So I don't take it as an insult by any means.
The question is, Jake, can you fight? Boxing agent, as I said, Sam Jones is in with Sam and myself this lunchtime. Sam, good afternoon, mate. Is boxing going to end the year with a bang here or a big bang down square?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I put it down. I'm still not like 100% convinced the fight happens. I can't really believe it's going to happen. I'm sure it is, but I just think something bad would really happen in that fight. If it's a real fight, which is what we're told, we're being convinced it is a real fight, if AJ hits that guy on the cranium, anywhere on the cranium, he's going to be in a very, very bad way.
And yet, the authorities give it the thumbs up sign. So if we push ahead as a corner by fighting Florida, yes, but we all know what commissions work. Look, it is what it is. There were three types of sport. There's real high-end sport, which is better beer versus people. There was creative nostalgia, and there also was something elite fighting, which is Beck versus Human. And then there was entertainment. When you think of it, this is entertainment. The early legitimization of boxing was coming to this competition, Nancy Joshua was a two-time heavyweight champion of the world. But to my mind, it's not really boxing, it's entertainment. It's using prison boxing to mobilize what is a brilliant young entrepreneur in Jake Paul. It is a tragedy that he's right when he says that the next generation of people that people aspire to be like are in kinds of broadcasters. It's all about broadcasting in a digital format to create massive outcomes and recognition around the world. And I don't know what he's famous for. I don't know what I think he's a very clever young man now. And all the things that he says, as CEO, you know, I am a venture capitalist, you know, because he has the funds to be able to invest in business now. Yeah, great advocate of boxing. But these guys are starting to cry outside of it. Well, they're a bit more than that. He's a bit more than that. They make a lot of noise. Yeah, so
He's a clever man, AJ. He's a very, very clever man. No, he's a marketing genius. He's all of those things he said. I just think that this could go really wrong. If like I said, you wanted to come out, but no matter what anyone thinks about Jake Paul, you wanted to get out of the ring and be safe. But the reality is, if AJ hits him like the same way he hit Francis Ngannou, he could red him.
So some would say it's scripted. You go with that?
No, I don't think it is, because I don't think Eddie or AJ would participate if it was scripted. That would affect AJ's legacy. Because, for example, if AJ somehow on this earth manages to get through a few rounds of, I mean, if he wins, people are on about, oh, it's a huge upset. It's the biggest upset in the history of sport, period, if he beat Nancy. I don't think you understand how one-sided this fight should be. We're talking about a very recent unified heavyweight champion world against Jake Paul, who lost to Tommy Fury. That's the reality of what we're looking at here.
You watch it?
I've never denied I watch it, because it's like when Simon Cowell used to get excited over magicians trying to climb out of a box, and it's the jeopardy involved of trying to climb out of the box, because you think, well, that what could go wrong here. That's what I'm watching for the potential. I'm just being honest, I will watch it. I just think that.
You think it's scripted? No, I suppose so. This is as it seems, as it is. Yeah, it's two fighters with partially grows one. The question is, does it invoke in Anthony Joshua? Does it allow him to have a little disconnect between doing something that he would do to a fighter of a son repute, or doing it to Jake Paul? I mean, I spoke to Eddie can still get him out there with that one big shot, that a cluster of punches will take him out. Because if he does take a big shot, like Ngannou took, he's going to get hurt. But he's going to get hurt anyway. That's the nature of the business. People do get hurt in boxing. The best guys get hurt. He's not immune to it. The interesting thing will be is exactly how the conclusion of the fight will be, and how it gets sold into the public. Because people are going to fly over. I'm going to go there and watch it, not because I've got the fight at any meeting, but because I want to understand the scale of what's going on with Netflix, what's the scale of something like this that can generate 150 million. There's only one reason that's a question going in there is because someone's foolish enough to say, well, not actually foolish enough, because the metrics have been worked out quite nicely with Netflix. They get 2 million subscribers, they get 2 billion out of it. The fact is that they've offered him 75 million quid. That's why it's going in there. Do you respect Jake Paul for what he's doing?
I find it hard to believe that, because he's got people that box themselves. He's got a clever bunch of people around him that are encouraging, that you're already worth hundreds of millions. What on earth are you going to do this for? Like, people have been encouraging Jake to have a step in competition. But what they mean by that is, it's good.
lanes closed off from Keats for a collision. Keats 2 on the northbound M6, Daly to 12, to Stafford South 13 to partially blocked and slow. And 2 lanes closed off on the eastbound M62 from Sinister Island at 18 to Hayward at 19. Emergency repairs means it's very slow. Turkey tummy and fizzy reflux. Gastric trouble can feel like the festive gift that keeps on giving. At the first sign of discomfort, think Pepto-Bismol. Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes your stomach for an effective 5-symptom relief. Pepto-Bismol oral suspension contains bismuth substance, so they always read the label. Well, I hear the Tuesday night with my week after the law on Knoxport. Cardiff come together with Chelsea. Big ball, smiling like Cardiff for me. Absolutely sensational. As we cancel out Tuesday night at League football, part of the festive 50 on Knoxport.
Now the BBC World Dance Championship is underway. Top sport pitch experiences could be sending you there on the 23rd of December. The countdown's on. Get your entry in by Thursday. You and 3 mates could win at large with platinum seats, fine dining, open bar, VIP access to the 501 Lounge with Russ the Voice Brave. Then straight your front arena table for the best view in the house. An unforgettable Ali Family Christmas, and here's how you can win it. Text DARTS to 8338. Text costs £2 plus your standard network rate, or call 0343 421750. The lights close 4 o'clock this Thursday. To answer your
Do you know the Croy twins had another brother called Shek? Shek Croy. Yeah. Shek man. Me Shek and Manmit in the middle. Shek man. Shek man and Shek attack. Shishmin. Shishmina. No. I'm trying to save my life. It smells meaty and at the same time fishy. It's like $10 a rack cod. What are you doing with your rack cod?
I would suggest if you put that up and use a language because a white man can't use a language.
Don't do Master Gary.
I would suggest that having an issue with some of the things that the Duke has said. Insofar as Duke has said anything controversial, Duke is not a particularly controversial character. He's a straight down the barrel, calls it as he sees it. Because the Duke expects to kind of bet he could place Duke against his votes in a boxing ring. But the fact of the matter is that if you've got a genuine issue with something that Duke has said, there are better ways to scream and shout, music, racial epithets as part of your conversation. Of course, with that, we move on. But it prompts me to ask you, Sam, in 2026, where and when are we going to see Daniel Dubois?
Look, that is very like to fight Fabio Warley or Andrew Cabot. So they're the 2 fights that I think are the most set for Daniel has to, as does Daniel, and Daniel's trainer. I think that they're 2 really great fights. Look, Daniel just wants to be involved in really good fights. He doesn't need a comeback fight. He wants to be involved in real fights, proper
Bruno! Oh my god, it's so cold. Bang, 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 bang. Bing, bada, bing, 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 bang, bada, bang, bada, bang, 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 bing, bada, bang, bing, bang, 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 bang. Come on, Misha, come on, Misha. I found fish. Bing, bang, bing. 5 pound fish. 39 fish. 5 pound fish. Fish, fish, fish. Shack, shack, shack. And only fish, fish. Bad choice. What's this, man? Oh my god. David. You said Tom. The rhyme was already there. Makes me sick. Middle. Shake the boat, David. Shake the boat, David. What's that stank? Time is right. You see my time, please? Hold up, please. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, that is dead. You're a Misha Queen. Nothing else that I could do when Misha could attack me. Like that. Like that. Oh. Shack attack. I can. Hey, what's this thing? I've got enough for this and next week, but I need some more of this later at some point. Next year, maybe. Leave it to next year. Middle? What? The middle? Which middle? The middle? Middle? What? Kate Middleton? In the middle? Spring from that hairy vine, that's the... Oh!
I could be a backpack while you climb. It's a great line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you know why? I like to groove with Ruby.
Shall we start with my dance moves? No, okay. My head's on the happy. I can around those boats. You're a psycho winner. Let me get that finger. Then rock and charm.
Which was reportedly set up by the Portuguese national team, not Manchester United. Sports Alex Cook believes it paves his way out of the club. He hopes not to be Saudi Arabia.
Maybe if he goes to a Real Madrid because he can go and challenge for silverware, because that's what's missing from his CV. You know, it's not like Mo Salah. Mo Salah leaves Liverpool and goes to Saudi Arabia. He's done it all. He's won all there is to win the club game. Bruno Fernandes, I think, still has some trophies to put in the cabinet.
Meanwhile, Kobe Mainoo's brother has been criticised for wearing a free Kobe
what a
Mainoo
knob.
t-shirt last night.
No.
Newcastle's Dan
What a
Burn-
knob, mate. You're the reason.
breaking his ribs against Sunderland, and he has worried about
You knew maybe it was sulking when they got that child in Holland got big knocked. Yeah, you knew it was sulking since then. And his brother's just come across like another typical...
And a minute's silence will be held before the third Ashes test this evening in honour of those killed in the Bondi terror attack over the weekend. Flags will fly at half-mast at the Adelaide Oval, and security...
I want to make out when he's a prisoner and he's on a decent contract.
YouTube channel. One of the suspects in the Bondi Beach shooting has woken from a coma and is now speaking to police. And the BBC says it will fight a $10 billion defamation case brought about by Donald Trump. Off the news team at half-mast.
Talk sport weather with Quick Fit. Come rain or shine, we've got an electric car covered with 400 EV.
I don't know how that doubled since I left the van this morning. That was a $5 billion case with Donald Trump and the BBC this morning. Now it's 10.
I thought it was $5 billion as well.
Yeah, they said 5 this morning. First I heard of it.
No, it came on the other week because they were using these words out of context while piecing together for interviews.
Yeah, it was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're talking about it then.
It's bang out of order, but it's classic BBC.
Yeah. It's all of them, isn't it?
Let's fake an interview to get the narrative we want, not what's the
Yeah.
person trying to say.
The nation's big bike legacy lunchtime broadcast baguette with Foxby and Jacobs on Talk Sport.
Look at my video.
This is Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs in the Talk Sport here on Talk Sport. What afternoon, Andy? Quick coming. Well, coming in the next 3 hours, all out for lunch. We're getting on Trafford. England, she's going to mention hot on the studios. We crunch test in Adelaide. And two comes. Chelsea. Yeah, he's got Chelsea now.
Is it a sleep token? Hate this bit. Oh yeah, I forgot I did that.
So we're going to have a chat with James Jackson from The Guardian. So interesting 4 we're very close to the set scene. The Liverpool parade attack, and I believe that was now Tom was joined in the studio. Okay, Tom.
Yeah, good afternoon, Paul. Good afternoon, Andy. Can I confirm that 53-year-old Paul Doyle in West Kirby has been jailed for a total of 21 years and 6 months, so he's 2/3 of that in custody and the rest under licence, depending on conditions. He pleaded guilty to 31 separate charges, which included dangerous driving and grievous bodily harm with intent. Judge Andrew Memory, KC, read through the charges and calls and accepted witness statements before handing down the sentence. The court told that there were 134 people affected by Mr. Doyle's actions. The court heard the youngest of those was just 6 months old in France. Mr. Doyle's barrister, Simon Soker, KC, in mitigation said he was horrified by the consequences of his actions. He says Mr. Doyle accepts full responsibility and expects no sympathy, but expresses remorse. So just to confirm, that is a total sentence of 21 years and 6 months.
Tom, thank you very much for informing us. More on that story as the afternoon unfolds. As Tom claimed there, that breaking news. We'll be joined in the studio by Danny Allen. Exciting things going on there. You won't be in. Of course, we have the rather interesting fight between Andy Joshua and Jake Paul later this week. Dave has been toying with a bit of bridge away. We're going to find out whether that's the case. It's been called out. There's fighting fans. He can tell us more about that. And he's going to be Michael Crick, the journalist, one of the founding fathers of the Managerial support. Later, Matthew Hoggarth is Christopher Hoggin. The man who's been there and done it for the actions is concerned. And he's going to be popping into this afternoon to look ahead. It's a huge game tonight. He said, look, they're talking the talk, the guys, aren't they? We've heard Harry Brook, we've heard from the skill, but they turn it on. You know, so you don't look or sound particularly optimistic. Oh, no. But to get pretty, you don't know what's happening. Yeah. I mean, what you were saying yesterday, you were basically confident it was on air or off air around it, but you were saying that there'll be a bit of pressure on Australia if it doesn't start to go right.
I have to say that, and coming as well himself.
We are in day 6, still in the first averaging 107 for the first two sets, which is way above his average for this calendar year. Alan Suter, quite a character, running the London Marathon this year with his wife for Guide Dogs Scotland. He's a former British Army commando. He's a firefighter full-time. He's quite a character. He's not had the best of luck at Ali Pali in recent years, but he looks in control of this first round encounter. Coming up, Nick Kenny against Justin Hood. That's Wales against England. Scott Williams, who made the semi-finals in 2024, takes on the difficult Filipino player Paulo Nebrida. And then Chris Dobie Hollywood rounds off the afternoon against the Chinese player. All the action following place on Sports this afternoon. The Sports YouTube page on the TalkSport app. Thank you, guys. We'll see you later. Absolutely cracking game. But yeah, Tony Jackson up next day, now on the boxing. And lots more besides this afternoon to Matthew Holgard. Any questions, Bobby, on ashleytalksport.com, text 889, tweet us, yes, HEJ, 03717223344. We're here at Tool Station, stay one step ahead, whatever the job. Next on Tool Station. On Talk Sports, with Village Hotel. It's a full-time Christmas with a dance party at Village. Enjoy quite a festive popular interactive dance levels available at locations across the UK. All for your jingles on Talk Sport with Tool Station. Join the Tool Station Club for free and get 5% off every order when you spend £75 per month. Next stop in Tool Station. Member, average review, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love you. Unfortunately, we were on the last polishing some children, so. But when players lose, they hate you, like a lot of the VAR controversy. Mr. Q, the casino you love to hate. And you'll love 100 free spins on Big Bass Splash with your first deposit. When Q.com, call me out. You get 80 per privilege, so you can have a special this Christmas, get 3 bottles of wine for £20 with more pounds. Mix and match of wines like Casa Prosecco, Woodhouse, Villa Maria, Native Wine, Vivietta, Capo Viejo, and more. Morrison's, making more of Christmas. The dozen silver nights, particularly with the exclusive from the most sustainable offer at high 18 plus select discounts on these bottles, maximum 90 written doctors. Merry Christmas, my love. Merry Christmas, love. Merry Christmas, Daddy. Was the UK's first mobile phone call to the first text. We've been connecting you at Christmas with phone
We partnered with all major UK banks to give you direct access to your bank accounts. And small business owners, take note. You can deposit your daily takings directly into your business account. With thousands of branches open late and on weekends, withdraw and deposit cash at post office. Visit your local branch today. So banks may charge for selected services. Please speak to your bank for details. Preseason Thursday night football on Talk Sport 2. Crystal Palace face KPS in the Conference League. Putting the boots on at 7:45. Putting the boots in from 8 p.m. No one else brings you more. Fast-paced Thursday night festive football on Talk Sport 2.
Here is Dallo. It's towards the near post. Down the right side, though, getting behind his side of the bench. He powers into the box. He's right to his shot, cuts it off the front, and they have equalised. Oh, a deep towards the far post. Casemiro is free. He heads it down, and he's into the net. Manchester United take advantage of another set piece. Never Nielsen is racing through, and he's sending the ball into the bottom corner. Just seconds into the second half. It's going to be Tavernier who strikes it left footed through the wall into the corner, and Bournemouth have turned it around, and they lead.
You can hear how much Anthony enjoyed drinking that 2-year last night. It's when you go to a football game. Of course, it was fantastic. It's so odd that whenever Chelsea play football, it's the worst game ever like last week. Yeah, it's always really tight. And I don't understand it. When Bournemouth played other teams, it's great. I told you before, I went and watched Barcelona versus Valencia at the Nou Camp. And it was when Brazilian Ronaldo was in his pomp. He scored a hat-trick. And the white handed was round. And it was 3-2. It was an absolute ding-dong game, both it. And then Sir Bobby Robson was the manager then. And in the press conference afterwards, the first question from the floor was, our defending was terrible tonight, what are you going to do about it? Bobby went into one, you remember, and said, what's wrong with you? Why did you become a football jet? Don't you like football? Can you not see the joy? Could you not see the fans? Could you not see the fans?
It's nice to hear say, I enjoy the rubber.
Yeah,
I'd rather do that than nil. I agree with you.
And he couldn't let it go. I spoke to the Marshals with a friend of mine, knew him, and he kept coming back and saying, can you get back? I'm sure, not asking the first question in the press conference last night about the poor United defender was Jamie Jackson from The Guardian. Hi, Jamie.
Oh, you killer.
So, you did have to
Sorry.
put the questions, though, didn't you? In the build-up to the game about the change of formation, and he was quite coy about it, hammering, but it was pretty clear to say he did sort of stray a little bit from his usual way of playing last night, didn't he, at times?
Yeah, I mean, when they were at the Diallo pushed up, kind of into a third midfield slot, on the right-hand side. But yeah, whenever the defending was back to the fight. In the warm-up, it was kind of similar. At first, there was only 4 defenders in the sort of luminous bibs, the neon yellow bibs that they wear. But then Diallo, put one on. So at one point, I think it was going to be a complete 4. It was interesting. After the game, I sort of said to him, made a bit of a joke out of it. So dare I ask, did you play before? Because he sort of looked like it, certainly going forward. And actually, he got a little bit, I would say irritable, but it seems to be now a question that is kind of, he's not completely keen on. There's that, Tommy Maynard, and 2 tender areas, I suggest.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. Yeah, I mean, it seems that Tommy Maynard's available on a free, if you believe his... That's good news for whoever wants to pick him up, just the wages then. I guess he didn't mean that, yeah. You must have enjoyed it. I mean, what's it like when you're sitting there scribbling away doing your report? It's one of those days of the journalist when you have to keep throwing it away, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
and then starting again.
I'm so glad you referenced this Bobby Robson thing at Barcelona and, the sort of Brazilian Ronaldo. I completely agree. That was why why I love sport generally, but football preeminently, because you are sitting there and it's unbelievable. It's also very nice to be able to write a report about it that will be sort of reference made down, when someone looks at that game, they might come across sort of my reports. I'm very lucky in that respect. I mean, there was a moment that didn't lead to a goal, that foot report, which Mbuemo fizzed the ball across in the first half. Sorry, Cunha did, and flying leap for Mbuemo, and he volleyed it, he just missed
celebration. It was an unbelievable moment, and actually, it reminded me of kind of, you know, I know it's a bit of a cliche, but kind of, you know, the Ferguson United, Busby United, those sort of moments. And you have to say, going forward now, they scored 30 goals, as many as Arsenal. You know, obviously the problem is the defence, 26 let in as many as Fulham, who are 14th. So 8 places below them. But yeah, I mean, it was a thrill. There was a 5-4 there last season. You must remember it, gentlemen, against Leon. Which they sort of finally got the win at United in the added seconds of added time, of extra time, and that was a frantic thing to write up about. But yeah, you're completely right. It's an amazing game. Lucky to be there.
But there's definitely something happening with this team. You know,
Yeah,
that was the best 45 that they played this season, no question. And to me, what I find amazing about United today is that like today they've been linked with Semenyo. You think, yeah, all right, Semenyo's a wow of a player, a fabulous player, but it's absolutely not your priority.
No.
It's not what you need. You've
Central
already
midfield.
got that in the areas, you know. And that's the problem with Fernandes. Fernandes and Cunha are basically doing the same job. They're the same player, basically.
Yeah.
And it's midfield. They need an Anderson. They need a believer. They need.
Yeah.
You can see anybody can see that.
The problem is, Jamie, isn't it?
Thanks.
The optics of going out and spending a lot of money on a central midfielder when in many people's eyes they've got a very good one that the manager doesn't fancy, which is probably why they're pushing this loan if they do let Kobbie Mainoo go out and not a deal, because it's a little bit embarrassing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's interesting because I am told that the hierarchy, you know, it's the story I did yesterday, I think, kind of believe Mainoo's, you know, good enough to get into this team at some point, may fight his way back in, and who knows, you never know in football, if Ruben Amorim was to leave, you know, basically sacked, I suppose, then the next person in might fancy him. You know what it's like in football, it kind of can work like that. But yeah, I mean, Paul Scholes for me had it right. Listen, I'm not saying Kobbie Mainoo is an unbelievable world star midfielder, but I think Scholes was kind of correct when he said, if he wasn't at United, they might be looking at Mainoo. You know, if he was playing for whoever it might be, Palace, etc., etc. And that's the sort of, you know, the kind of how sort of funny football can be. But yeah, I mean, they do need one or two central midfielders. I would suggest they need a holding player, like a sort of Casemiro, and yes, an attacking guy who they've got actually in Mainoo. And as you just said then, I always thought they bought one too many number 10s in Mbeumo and Cunha. Too many in the summer because Fernandes plays in that 10 role. But you know, I understand why they did it, especially now when, as Andy rightly says, something is happening certainly up front for this team. You know, they're scoring goals for years and years. Reporting on them, been very rare. You'd come away from a game thinking crumbs. That not only did they score, you know, 2 or 3, but they had countless chances as well. It's starting to happen a little bit now. It's always a very, very good sign because, as we're sort of talking about generally, football is really about, for me anyway, entertainment and scoring goals, obviously, and so. You know, he's getting that part of it right. I think he's, you know, and rightly so, pretty furious. But last night, all the goals you could trace back to some sort of mistake, but it was Dalot or Shaw or even the keeper actually for the cabinet free kick. I thought he could have done better. It was on his side. So you know, he'd like to think that's the sort of stuff that could be eradicated. And he was also asked, given these goals they're conceding, will you bolster the defence? And he sort of said no way at all. In essence, he sort of snorted at the question. You know, he believes he's got enough talent there, so he needs to improve that. Right? It's up to him. It's his job now to sort of coach these defenders to be better.
These Bruno Fernandes quotes, we should get very critical about them. They were, you know, broken in the last couple of hours. He said, the club wanted me to go in the summer. I have that in my head. I told the directors this, but they didn't have the courage to make that decision. I decided to stay. I'm trying to paraphrase it. The conversation with the manager also made me stay, but from the club side, I felt a bit like, if you leave, it's not so bad for us, and it hurts me a lot. What's the thinking behind this, you think, Jamie?
Well, I think cut to the summer and he may well leave, right? Whether it's to a Saudi team or, I don't know, maybe a Bayern Munich, etc., etc. I mean, that was kind of the information at the time when this was all going on, that actually the club would not have been heartbroken if he left. 100 million, as it would have been in the summer to Al Hilal. Yeah. He invested at least one midfielder. Amorim didn't want him to go. And you know, I'm quite intrigued. The Portuguese Football Federation, who've done this interview, by the way, it's their in-house channel, have kind of like turned over their own start playing here. You know, I'm happy for me, but at the same time, I say that, but he surely wouldn't know what he was doing when he was saying this. You know, he's 30 years old, he's a smart cookie, it's all about this sort of manoeuvring. I'm just a bit surprised. I think the interview was done in November, partly shot in his house in 112. I'm a bit surprised he's done it now, the timing of it. You'd have thought maybe he could have done it plenty times. Maybe I don't know, Easter or something. Still enough time to create a deal or whatever he's actually trying to. So, but yeah, I'll be surprised if this time next season goes still in his Man United shirt.
Nice one, Jamie. Good to talk to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Jackson, there we go. Into Manchester. We're going to have a
Saudi football, and he'll give us an update on whether a deal could be revived. Who knows? Maybe in January. Maybe that's the reason for the timing.
Yeah,
Heavyweight boxer popping in to see us next. There's plenty going on in the division. We'll find out who he would like to face next. That's all to come.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Toolstation. Join the Toolstation Club and get even more of what matters. Value, convenience and service you can trust. Next stop, Toolstation. Mr. Q. At Mr. Q, we tell it how it is. When players win, they love Q. Like a Portuguese prima donna loves polishing a statue of himself. But when players lose, they hate Q. Like a last-minute VAR controversy. Mr. Q, the casino you love to hate. And you'll love 100 free spins on Big Bass Splash with your first deposit. Play at mrq.com or on the app. UK 18 plus residents only. Minimum £10 first deposit. 10p per spin. Free spins must be used within 48 hours of depositing. All winnings paid in cash. T's and C's apply. Play safely.
At Morrison's, our Christmas centrepieces are better than half price. Pick up a British beef joint for £6.49 per kilo, a whole leg of lamb for £7.50 per kilo, or British pork loin for £3.75 per kilo. Morrison's, making more of Christmas. Majority of stores and online excludes Morrison's Daily. Max 4 in store, 2 online was £8 to £19 per kilo. Ends 24th of December.
Merry Christmas, my love. Merry Christmas, Mum.
Merry Christmas, Mummy. Happy New Year!
From the UK's first mobile phone call to the first text, we've been connecting you at Christmas since 1984 on Vodafone, the nation's network. The Nations Network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/TNN.
At Adrian Flux, we offer value for money specialist insurance for all kinds of vans and commercial vehicles. From couriers and caterers to plumbers, chippies, and even Mr. Whippies. Last year, our customers saved an average of 21% with a cost-effective, expertly tailored policy from Adrian Flux. Get van insurance that works hard for you and your business. Visit adrianflux.co.uk to get a call back today. Adrian Flux, insurance for the individual.
Total football is about teamwork. It's built on trust, support, and responsibility. LiveScore Bet sees responsible gambling in the same way. So if you're under the cosh, it's time to slow the tempo down. We've got tips and advice on how to stay in total control of your betting. Visit the safer gambling section of livescorebet.com to learn more. LiveScore Bet, total betting. Bet responsibly, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Talk Sport News.
Boxer Dave Allen pops in to see us very shortly. Later on, Matthew Hoggard looks ahead to the Crunch third test in Adelaide. He's joining us in the studio. But Amelia Beltrao is here with the news headlines.
Thank you, Paul. A very good afternoon. One of the suspects in the Bondi Beach shooting has woken from a coma and is now speaking to police. His dad was shot dead by officers during Sunday's attack, which saw 50 people killed. Police believe they were inspired by Islamic State. Rabbi Shalom Liverou's wife lost a cousin on Sunday.
The reason why he was murdered is because he's a Jew. And this is the hatred going on in the world today, trying to push away this light, but the light will extinguish the darkness.
Now, the BBC says it will fight a $10 billion defamation case brought by Donald Trump. He claims a Panorama programme edited clips from 2021 to make it look like he urged his forces to fight at the US Capitol. Mal Stride is the Conservative federal chancellor.
It does seem to me that figures of £10 billion are going to be way, way wide of the mark in terms of where this finally lands. But at the end of the day, the people picking up the tax will be the licence fee payers.
Meanwhile, BBC classics like Line of Duty and Top Gear could soon go behind a paywall under a plan to save the broadcaster from financial collapse. But benefit claimants and students could get free TV licences. The proposals are part of the BBC's charter renewal that was launched today. And unemployment's risen to its highest level for nearly 5 years. There's also a slowdown on wage growth.
Talk Sport with Bostic. If you're looking for professional grade sealing that offers technologically advanced performance, see Bostic Pro Sealing.
53-year-old Paul Doyle of West Kirby has been jailed for 21 years and 6 months after he drove his car into crowds at Liverpool's title parade in May. He pleaded guilty to 31 charges, including dangerous driving and causing serious bodily harm with intent. And there's more on this after.
Leave behind the dank, monotony of the spirit of Saturday is upon us. Rise up.
It's big ticket live Premier League football you can't afford to miss.
Saturday is
Pitch performance you can't hear anywhere else. It's commentary of Newcastle versus Chelsea. Game day experience.
this Saturday on TalkSport.
Start a member bidding for £3.99. Get some right now for the Hawksby and Jacob.
Massive is colossal. It's making big news. I've gotten to where I'm at today because of delusional optimism. And so it's delusion until it's not.
This is a much bigger fight globally than Joshua versus Fury.
Joshua just teared up.
What the hell is going on? Marketability together with ability. You've got Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua. Oh yeah, well if it's scripted, please stop that. The fight's only ending one way. People say, oh I respect Jake Paul for getting in there. No, respect me because I'm about to win. You need to knock him out. I need to knock him out. Yeah, just a few days to go now till Jake Paul takes on Anthony Joshua. That seems a bit weird saying it. Still, joining us now, AJ's fellow heavyweight, Dave Allen. Hello, Dave.
Hello, mate.
Most boxers we've chatted to, I asked the question, would you take him the fight? And they said, well, that sort of money, absolutely. Are you on that line?
Yeah, I took it for a lot less as well.
If he's looking for somebody else to fight after this one.
I heard £50 million, right? I would have done it for 50 grand probably.
Right, grand. It's an easy night's work, really, for you, isn't it?
I genuinely think even me, who's not a bad fighter, a good fighter, I would say I'm a good fighter, but I would hammer him.
When you've watched him fight, as I was saying yesterday, you seem to get an awful lot of holding when you're. It's a bit like Strickland, really, when you watch him fight. He's clinging on quite. I mean, we haven't really seen him in with the proper boxer in his top, have we, really?
I think he's got three men who hold professional licenses. That was like in the better days, should we say? But got a retired MMA fighters. Got Mike Tyson at nearly 60. So the one opponent that we all know is a pro boxer is Tommy Fury, and Tommy, I would say, is like a fair to middling fighter. He's not bad, but I mean he does Love Island and that. He don't need the boxing, does he? He's like a part-time boxer. He's not bad, but he's okay, and he lost it. Now 2.5 years later, he's only doing that time. He's boxing one of the best heavyweights the last 20 years. It's absurd, really. I understand it. I came in here a few weeks ago. I gave it a bit of stick. I went home and thought, I'll get on the boxing box. So I think it's absurd. It's ridiculous. But I know why it's happening. Fair play to everyone involved for doing it. I know why they're doing it. But as a boxing man, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. I'm not sure because my hope is Joshua, if it walks across, hits him a couple of times, he goes over, he gets up with the count of 10, boxing reputation is intact, Jake Paul is okay, they all make loads of money, and we move on. It's probably the next ridiculous thing that'll happen soon.
What about from Anthony Joshua's point of view? He takes this fight, he probably has a warm-up fight, he fights Tyson Fury, who knows? If he loses the Tyson Fury fight, that could be it for him. So this could be the last memorable thing he does in what's been a very, very good career. So what about his legacy, if you like? Does that matter?
He had a great career, Olympic gold medal, 2 times world champion, beat some great fighters, he's lost to some great fighters as well, so I remember him as one of the best British heavyweights we've had. I think he's I don't think he's good late for us, but ain't too far off. I think in 20 years' time we'll remember him more fondly. I think we'll always remember them that have gone before us more fondly. So he's won the title twice, he won the Olympic gold medal, and I think more than that, he put British boxing on his back and he carried it to another level completely. You know, I wouldn't fight without him. He took us out of our life back watching boxing. He was all in like leisure centres. I was watching boxing in leisure centres like Robin Park in Wigan, or Donny Down, or Frank Forge, Anthony Joshua, and Matchroom Boxing. He took us to the O2, the only one. You know, only the likes of Ricky Hatton could do that back in the day. But now we do it every week. We're in the arena every week.
Yeah.
So
that's really interesting that you say that. He was really important.
Yeah,
he opened a lot of doors.
He's the most important man in British boxing, possibly arguably ever. And really took it to another level completely. So I've got a lot of respect for him for that. And as a fighter, but if he loses to Jake Paul, first and foremost, that's gone forgot about. I think the British public, if he even gets hit by Jake Paul, or doesn't get matter or very quick.
That's a danger thing. He could ruin his reputation. Yeah. Will there be pressure on him to put a show on? That's the idea that he might just go into that and finish him off. But that might be
nowhere near what they was.
It's such an indictment of the sport. They never thought when they were both at their peak. But we've had this study, haven't we? No, we've had it. Mayweather Pacquiao, didn't we? Often we'll get these fights we wanted to see. We thought we'd got through that with everything that's been going on with the season stuff, but that's one that it's been bad timing, isn't it? One fight, one of the certainly AJ has lost a fight when it could have happened, and then we've had situations where Tyson has retired. So it's been a bit of bad luck, but we wanted to see it 5 years ago, didn't we?
I still think it's the biggest fight in British boxing. In terms of numbers and interest, I think it'll be the biggest fight in British boxing history. But as a contest, it might still be a good fight though. It still might be a good fight, but in terms of importance in the great division, I'm not so sure now, because you've got likes of Fabio, Caballel, there's a whole new crop that have come and kind of surpassed them, in their absence, so it's interesting.
How highly do you rate Wardley? You come from a very different route to you, but there's some talk, people suggesting that maybe he doesn't fancy fighting him. I mean, can you see that being the case?
I've seen Fabio today, actually. We've got published an interview as well, and there's actually a question, I've picked against him the last 7 times, Fabio was there. I guess he wants to have the time, because he's white collar boxing 4 or 5 fights, and the last 7 fights he's been boxing GB Olympic medalist, former world champion, world class boxing, and having a few white collars against people who's kind of pedigree. I couldn't pick him, but he keeps winning and winning, and he's world champion now. I'm not a fan how we won the world title either. The Parker fight could have been a world title fight, so I give him a lot of credit for that. And he's a hard man to beat. Incredibly hard man to beat. He's tough, he's powerful, he's all good because he's not technically perfect. I like boxing kids that stand up and throw a left hand followed by a right hand. Do all things correct. That's what you taught us in boxing gym. But he does something different, so he's a very hard man to beat. You used to kind of think, we'll look at Fabio Wardley and think that's an easy match. I would expect him so, but I expected Joseph Parker to twice. So I would never ever rule him out ever again. I'm a big fan of him, what he's doing, but I would think he's exceptional. I like his character as well. I spent some time with him last week as well, talking to him. I think for 20 years old, I'm 33. way he carried himself, I felt like I was the kid talking to a 30-year-old man. Just the way he carries himself, I was a bit in awe of him. I thought, wow, like he really has it all, and you see the ability to go with that personality. I thought he was incredible. So, a big fan, and I expect that he will take over after Usyk train.
You don't see any trouble in this Jermaine Franklin fight next month?
I think it'll pose him a lot of problems. The two fights where the time has gone the difference against Dobyshenko and Espindola, he was frustrated by a tough man that was defensively sound, and didn't allow him to get some direction back to do the same, but that was just got fighting him. But I don't think he has the power or the work rate to cause him too many problems offensively. But he may get taken the distance, which would be no bad thing at this stage.
Yeah, it would be good in a lot of ways, wouldn't it? Yeah. To go the distance. What about you? We had Jamie TKV in the studio the other week, which is always very entertaining. He's on with Jim and Simon, Fraser Clark. So there's some talk about you fighting him. He wants to fight you. You want to fight him. So that's not a bad start. Is that true?
I'm not sure really. I'm in London now with Joe Howard, the main event at the Indy Road tomorrow. She'll go with Yola and Maxine Clark. I'm here in a training manager capacity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. So we'll get this out of the way, and then next year I move on to the Warrington Wood Park, which is not the but it's me, and I can announce it, I think, hopefully.
Good, okay, yeah.
Get trouble for that.
That's good.
And then a win there, we go back to Sheffield Arena, headline again. We got 8,000 in last time. So let's do maybe that and maybe more again, and whether that's Jamie TKV or anyone else, it doesn't matter.
You're still enjoying it though? This kind of, I don't know, it's a sort of new lease of life, isn't it? For you in the last couple of years, 18 months?
It's been an amazing time. My life has completely changed. I still hate exercise as much as I ever did.
You're still on the pork belly, you're telling me?
I'm still through throwing weight. But I'm still getting over it because I'm handsome and funny, so people...
Yeah, well, that'll get you a long way.
Yeah, so I'm living the dream, really, and I'm happy to fight anybody. I do it with a smile on my face, and people like that, so it enables me to have more success than maybe my ability would have let me, but I'm aware of that as well.
Just one more, those couple of fights with Johnny Fisher were like big for you. He got a win in Monaco the other week, and he says he's learned a lot and feels like he's developing. Do you see a second coming for Johnny?
Based on last week, no. But it was a hard watch, really. I do like him. We boxed fights, it was a hard fight, but I thought he was a nice fella, and it was a hard watch. I think from paper match performance, he wouldn't get near the British title, and people would say, well, that's negative, or the perceived it to be, pulling him down. But the honest truth is, based on that performance, he has to really have a good look at where he's going. There's nowhere to hide there. He's going to face bigger, better opposition than me. Never mind for that too. And he won't also. So he needs to go away, have a look what he wants to do, because he's very brave, he's very tough. But I'm the walking embodiment. Now that sometimes is not enough. You can get your hurt sometimes. So hopefully he goes away and carry on. He continues to try to improve, and he does. And I wish him nothing but the best. But the other day was a scary watch.
Yeah. Dave, lovely to see you as always. Have a good Christmas, and we look forward to seeing you next year in action. All the best.
Cheers, man.
Take care. There's Dave Allen there, always entertaining. You can check him out on the Boxing YouTube channel. The show will be up a little bit later on today. Later on, Matthew Hogarth joining us in the studio to look ahead to the third test of night in Adelaide. We're here with Tool Station. Pick up your wet weather essentials today. Next stop, Tool Station.
Oxley and Jacobs on Talk Sports with Tool Station. Join the Tool Station Club and stay one step ahead, whatever the job. Next stop, Tool Station. Play Final One Standing by William Hill. It's free to play with a new league kicking off every Premier League match week. Enter and make your first pick before the start of the first round, and pick a new team before each following round. You only pick each team once, and if you're the final one standing, then the jackpot is yours. Final One Standing by William Hill. Football's ultimate elimination game. 18 plus runs EPL season. One active league at a time unless prize £100,000 or more. Minimum prize £1,000. Prizes vary and applies to public leagues only. Price split for all the pay within 48 hours online. See williamhill.com. Play responsibly.
Merry Christmas, my love. Merry Christmas, Mom.
Merry Christmas, Mummy.
Happy New Year! From the UK's first mobile phone call to the first text, we've been connecting you at Christmas since 1984 on Vodafone, the nation's network. The nation's network.
by Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/TNN.
Fire is the only pure thing in the world.
Critics everywhere agree that Avatar Fire and Ash is breathtaking.
We must fight!
It's completely spectacular. The day has come. Cinema doesn't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash in cinemas Friday. Book tickets now. There's Christmas.
Fortunately, listening to Drive on TalkSport is easy. This is Andy Goldstein, and this is the radio phenomenon they call TalkSport. Don't miss all the latest formulas from Paddy Power. Weekday afternoons from 4 on TalkSport. Check out our latest online-only Festival offers on the Paddy Power app or at paddypower.com. Terms, conditions apply. 18 plus together around TalkSport Travel Subway. Bring all these damages on the best. The festive sub this Christmas. It's a guaranteed winner.
Still big fees for the coast-bound M20 and junction 8 to Ashford 9, keeping back to 7 at Maidstone. Follows an earlier collision there. Now Hampshire, southbound M3 at Winchester North, junction 9. The traffic being held to sort a collision out. A queue of 2 miles in Oxfordshire, southbound M40. Part blocked for a bump around Bicester at 9. And the southbound M6 slow going, a lane out, a collision there, slow from Haydock Junction 23 down to 22 at Newton Le Willows. I'm Jules Buckley.
At GrosvenorCasinos.com, we know casino is more than a game. It's a feeling. Every deal of the card, every turn of the roulette wheel, every spin of the slot, and every swipe of our app. You can feel the moment every time you play. Experience over half a century of premium casino expertise right at your fingertips. Download the app or play online at GrosvenorCasinos.com, the home of the real casino. 18+GambleAware.org.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stelling. We have a stocking crammed full of festive football. A moment of magic! We're the home of the Festive 50. A whole month stuffed full of festive football. Fantastic goal! It's the Festive 50. 50 massive games across December on TalkSport and Football 2. World Cup Championship Object on TalkSport with Village Hotel. It's a full-sided Christmas with a darty party at Village. Enjoy flights of festive fun with our interactive darts lanes. Available at locations across the UK. Let's get a quick update on the darts. Alexander Palace from Ian.
First round match still underway between Alan Sutar and Teemu Harju, the Finnish debutant. When you were last with me, Sutar was 2 sets to love up in a race to 3, averaging 107 and looking very comfortable. But the Finnish debutant has come back to level the game at 2 sets apiece. Sutar's average has dropped down to just 190 from where it was at 107, and he's missed 10 match darts. So we're into a deciding set. Harju with the darts in the deciding set. He's throwing at 1-1 to try and go 2-1 up. It's 3 legs to win a set. Obviously to be a terrific climax with 3 more matches to come this afternoon. You can check out all the action on the TalkSport app, on the TalkSport Darts YouTube page, and over on TalkSport 2 right now at Halifax.
Thanks very much, Dan. In the last hour, Paul Doyle, the man who drove his car into the crowd at the Liverpool FC Premier League victory parade, has been sentenced. Now, this was the moment when Judge
given the very unusual circumstances of this case, that your general character and your lack of previous convictions for similar behaviour, I am not satisfied that you do present such a risk. the further matter which requires to be considered in this case is the issue of totality. In a case such as this, I cannot simply take a figure for one offence and multiply it by a factor of 29. A proper balance must be struck between the acknowledgement of your multiple and very serious offending and the imposition of a just and proportionate sentence. I take all of the Section 18 offences as the lead offences, and all sentences will run concurrently. The total sentence will reflect your offending in respect of all associated offences on the indictment. In the circumstances, the total sentence which I impose upon you is one of 21 years and 6 months imprisonment.
There we are, that was Judge Andrew Mannery just over an hour ago. Tony Evans joins us now, Liverpool fan, broadcaster, journalist and author on the club. Hi Tony.
Hey chaps, how are you?
Good, thank you. I just wondered your reaction to the sentence.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that he received a serious custodial sentence. I didn't expect it to be more than 20 years, that's for sure. I thought he'd probably get between 10 and 15. But when listening to the judge detailing the scale of the injuries to the victims and listening to the horror of it all, I must say, I'm not surprised that 21 years and 6 months was imposed. I mean, it really was an outrageous incident.
Yes, it was. I mean, when you listen, they talk about his loss of just that comfort. I mean, it's actually an extreme case of road rage. Yeah, beyond belief. Right? At the moment, when the consequences were bad enough, but they could have even been worse, didn't they, Tony?
How someone never died? Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, when we talk about people who were found pinned onto the car, and the level of injuries, it's mind-boggling. And thankfully, everyone seems to come out of it at least alive and relatively intact, although, there's people who will suffer those injuries for years, and never mind the psychological impact. So yeah, he got what he deserved. And when you heard that he did have a history of anger and violence, I mean, albeit, more than 30 years ago, it does speak to a person who is, the judge said he didn't think he'd be any threat to society. I beg to differ.
Yeah. That Liverpool fan, Dan Barr, when he was playing down his role, but he was the man that managed to reach into the car and put it in park. And he saved lives, I'm guessing, and he potentially saved this man from an even longer sentence, because who knows what would have happened if he just kept driving on, because at that moment, clearly the red mist descended and he had no plans to stop.
Yeah, and what was quite interesting was in the initial aftermath of it, there were so many on social media who were willing to say that there was people attacking the car and the fans were the actual cause of the problem. We've heard that before. And there were so many people who were always prepared to say, why is it always Liverpool? It's always Liverpool. Actually, in many of these situations that we've been involved in over the years, from Hillsborough onwards, the fans have actually been the heroes who have done more than anyone else. So I hope that this sentence, I'm sure you'll get the usual idiots out, but I hope that this sentence makes it clear to people that this is not about Liverpool fans, this is about one man who has a complete and utter meltdown and could have caused significantly more damage than he did.
Absolutely. Tony, appreciate your time. Thanks very much for joining us.
Always a pleasure, yeah.
Tony Evans, Liverpool fan, also journalist. Thanks to him, and more on that story with Tom Clayton in the sports news very, very shortly. We'll be talking a bit of Arsenal. Apparently a bit of an angry chat in the dressing room after the Wolves game. One or two of the senior pros spelling out why they were not particularly happy with the performance. And there's the injury issues, of course. Harry Symeon will be joining us, one of our resident Arsenal fans here, to give us his take on what's going on as things heat up with Villa and City breathing down Arsenal's neck. But before that, Matthew Hoggard, Ashes winner, will be popping in to see us. We're going to be looking ahead in some detail to that third Ashes test that gets underway tonight. Still to come.
you at Christmas since 1984 on Vodafone, the nation's network. The nation's network, Vodafone UK, supporting the nation since 1984. Learn more at vodafone.co.uk/TN.
Have you ever agreed that Avatar Fire and Dash is breathtaking? We must fight! It's completely spectacular. Cinema doesn't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Dash in cinemas Friday. Book tickets now.
This Christmas, skip the songs and smells. Get him something that actually delivers. His very own Skull Shaver. Engineered for speed, precision, and a smooth finish. Done in 90 seconds. No mess, no mirrors, no nibs. Except the guns, dropping off the gifts. Shop the range and buy online at skullshaver.co.uk for Christmas and all the trimmings.
Sometimes being a football fan isn't easy. The agony of being 3-0 down with only 10 minutes left to play. Or having to have your lucky pants washed and ironed every single Saturday. But fortunately, listening to Drive on TalkSport is easy.
This is Andy Goldstein, and this is the radio phenomenon they call TalkSport.
Don't miss all the latest form and odds from Paddy Power. Weekday afternoons from 4 on TalkSport. Check out our latest online-only bet builder offers on the Paddy Power app or at paddypower.com.
Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave on your mobile and on your smart speaker.
It's Christmas 2025. Live Christmas sport with Bills on TalkSport. You can take us to visit.
Matthew Hoggard with us in the studio to look ahead to a huge night of cricket getting underway this evening. Of course, we'll bring you regular updates once play gets underway at 11:30. But let's bring you the sports headlines now with Tom Clayton.
TalkSport Sports Update, powered by the Nissan Van range, supporting van owners to get the job done. Search Nissan Vans or head to your local Nissan Van Centre.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon. 53-year-old Paul Doyle of West Kirby has been jailed for 21 years and 6 months after he drove his car into crowds at Liverpool's title parade in May. He pleaded guilty to 31 charges, including dangerous driving and causing grievous bodily harm with intent. Key evidence was retrieved from his own dashcam footage from the day. Here's Detective Chief Inspector John Fitzgerald of Merseyside Police.
Yeah, in my 20 years of police service, this is the most distressing and graphic footage that I have come across. It was really difficult to watch for me and the whole of the investigation team, but it was really important that we did.
He'll serve at least 2/3 of the sentence in custody before being released on licence. Elsewhere today, Bruno Fernandes believes the hierarchy at Manchester United wanted to sell him this summer when he'd opted to stay. He's given an interview to Portuguese outlet Sports Witness, which was reportedly set up by the Portuguese national team, not Manchester United. Here's TalkSport's Alex Crook.
I find him a bit of an enigma, Bruno Fernandes, because you look at his numbers and they're there to be shot at in terms of his goals, his assists. I mean, the free kick he scored last night was absolutely terrific. I understand the argument that maybe some of his body language doesn't befit a captain.
Eddie Howe's revealed Dan Burn will be out for at least a month. The defender broke his ribs during the Wear Time derby on Sunday, and a minute's silence will be held ahead of the third Ashes test in Adelaide tonight. Australia captain Pat Cummins had just put his children to bed when he heard about the terrorist attack in Sydney.
It's a place that's just around the corner from where we live, and we take the kids there all the time. So, yeah, it's been a hit home pretty hard. So, yeah, really feel for, the Bondi community and, the Jewish community.
Get all the build-up to the third Ashes test on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel.
TalkSport News.
One of the suspected gunmen in the Bondi Beach shooting is now speaking to police after waking from a coma. And could we see the BBC adopt a Netflix-style subscription service in a bid to save it from financial collapse? More from the news team at past.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. For a limited time only, get 15% off a set of 4 selected premium tyres. Don't miss out and book today at quickfit.com and drive away happy every time. Conditions apply.
Mostly dry for much of the country, cloudy with the odd patch of rain in the southeast. A few showers across northwest Scotland.
An eternal flame in the pizza oven of afternoon light entertainment.
Radio you can enjoy between mid-morning and drive without ruining your appetite for sport. Legends of the lunchtime laughter inferno. Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport.
That is a warning and a half. That's not good. Matthew Hoggard has just walked in. I said, I want to warn you, I've just had cabbage and sprouts. And not just cabbage and sprouts. I think I'm taking the other side of the studio. Yeah, you had something else with it, did you? We had all the, that was the trimmings, was it?
We had beef and what else do we have? Some red pickles and some slaw. So yeah, lots of vegetables just for you.
Oh, thank you very well. Let's hope it hasn't worked its way through your system. You're big in the barbecue world, of course. Last time we spoke properly, we were talking about you. Is that still a big part of your life?
We've just done our last class for Christmas.
Yeah.
So last week I think we did 65 covers of Christmas lunch. So
I follow you on Instagram. It's really interesting. I mean, it's a great departure for you from your career, but I think it's been a really good thing for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to say you've got to find something you're passionate about. Cricket, I was passionate about cricket, playing sport, and then I'm lighting fires, cooking food, and having a little bit. Yes, you can look at me and say, yeah, I can see that you're lighting fire and eating and drinking. But yeah, lighting fires and eating and drinking for a living is amazing.
Will you be barbecuing the Christmas dinner or not?
Well, the beef, the ham, and the turkey will be on the grills, just to free up some space, and then we'll utilise the oven, I suppose.
We're going to talk about Christmas now, aren't we? We're going to talk about the must-have gifts of Christmas, Hoggy.
Yes, the must-have gifts, because we've worked with First Direct and done a research and survey, and the nation are thinking, do you know what, we're giving away too many material things, we want to give away some experiences, like trips to the cricket, or trips to Hoggy's Grill, or going to the opera, going to the theatre, going to the getaway for a couple of days that you wanted to do, but spending quality time with loved ones and friends and family.
Yeah, it's a good thought there, because last year for my grandson, he's mad about cricket. So I got him a net at Lord's with me and his
What
dad.
amazing.
I know. It was a better thing than a toy. He had a fabulous time. It was better than a toy.
I mean, my wife bought me a weekend getaway up into the Lake District for my birthday last year. And you remember it. Yeah, you don't remember the pair of socks or the deodorant that you always get at Christmas, but you do remember them experiences with your loved ones.
Yeah.
So what an amazing thing to do.
Especially as you get older and you want to spend more time with your kids and you get less chance because they got their own lives and their own family, so it makes the whole thing a lot more special.
Yeah, and budgets as well. I mean, times are tough. You talk about getting your meats for Christmas, they've gone skyrocketing through the roof. So budgeting's really, really hard to do as well. So it's a nice thing to do to make the connection with people rather than just material things.
You're going to get all the old Yorkshire gags saying 26% of people 26% of people planning to spend less on Christmas presents, say First Direct, so you're going to get all the Yorkshire gags.
Yeah.
Especially as they're in Leeds. But
First Direct in Leeds, and when you phone up you get real people.
Yeah.
Not fake people. Open 365 days a year because we're that caring.
Right.
So on Christmas Day, when you've forgotten to get your nephew something, you can...
I'll give him a call Christmas Day. See if they're in. So, here we are then, at a bit of a crossroads tonight. What have you made of England's performances in these first two tests?
Well, the first test was a up and down affair. On the first day, wasn't it? You woke up and you looked at the score and you went, oh, no.
Yeah.
And then we bowled them out and you went, oh, actually, we're in with a shout. And at lunchtime on day two, you went 100 in front, 1 wicket down. We're with a great chance of winning this game. And by the close of play, we've lost. And then not losing 2 days, not taking on the pink ball game, over-preparing in nets, allegedly, and then performing badly in the second test match, and then taking a break in Noosa. The optics coming out of Australia for the average Joe, for the fans, for people watching, aren't great.
But it strikes me that playing Australia in Australia is so much harder. I mean, you had this brilliant victory in 2005 here, but then when the team winner, you got absolutely thrashed.
We did, and that stemmed from losing the second game. Adelaide, we were in a position where we couldn't lose. Paul Collingwood scored 200, Freddie scored 100, I took a few wickets, and there wasn't a chance we were going to lose that game, and then we lost it, and we then got steamrolled at by the great Australian side. But you go to Australia, it's not just the 11 people on the pitch. You're playing the press, you're playing the nation. I can remember my first tour was in 2001. We got there and we went to a coffee shop after the gym on our first day, and a voice from the back of the coffee shop gave us some fearful abuse for wearing our sponsored kit to the coffee shop, and you turned round and it was a 90-year-old bloke. It wasn't a youngster, it was giving us some, and you walk down the streets, pommy bashing down the streets, the press, so it's the entire nation get at you, and it's different pitches, different conditions, and you have to get used to them conditions before you got a chance of winning.
Do you think that they, want to thrash us 5-0, or there's a part of them that would actually like it to be? They obviously want to win, but if it was me, I'd much rather we won in a close series than just absolutely.
Really? Yeah.
It's a bit like the Ryder Cup. If it's one-sided all the time, what's the point of it?
Yeah, well, I've seen the adverts of the Australians have put out the adverts for a new country to play the Ashes against because it's close series.
Yeah, well, they've got a point, haven't they?
But yeah, you'd quite like it to be close to that. Ebb and flow, to get people encapsulated in the games, to get people watching, to inspire the new generation through to watch the game. When, as you say, when it's one-sided, it's
not great.
Here we go again. I'll go watch something else.
Yeah. You mentioned the optics of that sort of getaway in Noosa, where they've completely got away from cricket and had a little bit of a holiday. Well, let's play a little bit of Harry Brook. He spoke to the media ahead of this third test, and he said he thinks it helped them decompress after those first 2 defeats.
I think we've all refreshed nicely. We're really looking forward to this week. Obviously, crunch time now, and hopefully we can play our best cricket leading into this game.
During the break, I think you guys are obviously decompressing to an extent, but I guess there were cricket conversations occurring. What did you get out of those conversations? What was the kind of messaging to yourself in terms of your role?
To be honest, we tried to stay away from cricket as much as possible. We just wanted to go there and have a good time, and we had a belting time, and it was probably came at the right time when we're 2-0 down. I know most people won't think that, but to get away from the game and try and refresh as much as possible after a tough start to the series, hopefully that can help us leading into this game.
Hasn't Ben Duckett just been on his honeymoon? He's been on holiday for about 2 months, hasn't he? The optics of that, as you say, and Harry Brook alludes to the fact it might not play well. I mean, the option was naughty by nets. Do you think they would have been better off doing that?
So I'm an old has-been. I think to get better at sport, you need to play it. We've had bowlers that haven't played a first-class game for months. We played a warm-up game against ourselves. We had an option to go play a game, albeit on a different surface, but with a pink ball. We had people playing the pink ball game for the first time in a test match. And they said to get away from cricket, how long have they played? They've played 4 days. 4 days, or 5 days of cricket, 6 days. It's not a bizarre thing that the more you practice, the more you train, the better you get. And he says he wants to play the best game. I don't think England know what their best game is, because they went to Australia full of the bullishness, saying, you know what, we're going to go out and dominate them. We've got batters that are going to hit the bowlers off the line, the lengths. We're going to go out and score lots of runs very quickly, put the bowlers under pressure, and then we've got the bowling attack to take wickets. And our bowling attack on our first outing looked amazing. On our second time, we looked a little bit tired in the second innings, having had 60, 70 overs off as we batted. And then in our second test match, we just went to the short ball. And you think, well, do you know, we've just seen the pitch it up, attacking the stumps and challenging the batsman's technique on the front foot is the way forward, and we're banging it in halfway down the wicket. If you bang it in halfway down the wicket, you can only get wickets caught or run out. And if we're bowling for run-outs, we're in problems.
Yeah. Well, catches weren't great in the second test either, were they, really?
And also, this ground at Adelaide, the square boundaries are short, I heard this morning, so that's not going to work. What I'm fascinated is, I've said this the other week, but how many Australians have played county cricket compared to how many English players have played Shield cricket? Smith, Labuschagne, Lyon. I think they all have, haven't they?
It's endless. Yeah.
And they often come and play county cricket just before an Ashes series here, don't they? So they've got used to all the conditions conditions and everything.
Oh yeah, but we're Neanderthals, aren't we? We're old school. We think that practicing in the conditions that you're going to be playing might make it a little bit better, but that's not the way.
It doesn't sound like you're bought into this regime.
I love the fact that we will play positive cricket. We're playing we want to get back to the mindset of, do you know what, we play cricket to start with to enjoy it. And why did you enjoy it? Because you played without fear, you went in. But you have to look at your results. You have to have you're playing professional cricket, you're playing for your country, you're the pinnacle of the sport. Every little school kid knows that you don't go out in the first 3 balls and have a drive at one that's outside off on a good length.
Yeah.
But we keep on making the same mistakes. We've picked people for the last 3 years to be competitive in this Ashes series. Zach Crawley at the top of the order. We've picked Bashir for the last 2 years because he's got a high release point and he's got bounce. And we're not picking him, we're picking Jacks to bat 8 because we can't score runs. And the messages for me are a little bit mixed. Ben Stokes went out, and when he first brought in Bazball, he said, right, I'm going to try and hit every ball for 4 and 6 in the nets. And now he buckled under and said, right, there's no place for weak men in my team. And you could see how much he hurt. Ben Stokes and the anger and the pain in his eyes. Do you see that from the rest of the players? You saw Harry Brook. I love how talented he is. He said, right, I don't regret my shots that I played in the Test matches, but I won't be playing them again.
He did say that with more restraint.
Well, Matthew Hoggards, we're going to talk more in a moment. We just bring everybody to travel. But Matthew Hoggards with us. Any questions? Talksport.com, text 81089, tweet TS H&J to get in touch. We're here with our good friends at Toolstation. And you can gear up for those darker nights with electrical and lighting offers. Next stop, Toolstation.
Oxby and Jacobs on Talksport with Toolstation. Don't get left out in the cold. Check out Toolstation's winter workwear offers today. Next stop, Toolstation.
This season, Lifecore Bets is bringing you more ways to win with our weekly promotions. No goal, no problem. Far payout to the rescue. Leading at the break, celebrate your ACCA early with halftime heroes. 2 goals ahead, cha-ching, rest easy and enjoy the game courtesy of 2 Up. Celebrate every goal, every twist and turn this season with LifeScore Bet, bringing you more ways to win. LifeScore Bet, total betting. Eligible leagues and markets vary. Full T's and C's apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
At Lidl, get the best value this Christmas when you're carving up a storm. We won't be beaten on price with our Birchwood fresh British whole turkeys, in store from the 19th of December. Now that's what we call a showstopper. Lidl, more to value. Selected products price matched in most major UK supermarkets until 24th of the 12th. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV while stocks last. Exclusions apply.
Service B, our most comprehensive service, is now available to Sprinter 906 owners for a fixed price of £263 plus 20% VAT at a time that suits you. Enjoy peace of mind with predictable costs and the knowledge that your van is in the hands of Mercedes-Benz trained technicians using only genuine parts. Visit our website or contact your local Mercedes-Benz dealer to check if your van is eligible. T's and C's apply. Only valid for Sprinter 906, end of production 2018. Excludes petrol and V6 diesel engines. Covers labour and parts only, carried out by the 31st of December.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £14 million.
I think that deserves a whoop whoop. Thank you, faraway person. Get in tonight's Euro Millions draw. Play on app.
Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over. Think about cheese. Make the thoughts cheesier. Now add 100% chicken breast fillet, chipotle sauce and a Meta cheese melt. And it's giving the new cheesy chicken stack at McDonald's. Did we mention it's cheesy? Cheese. Available until the 4th of Jan 2026 from 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary, subject to availability.
What makes the best roast dinner is deeply personal, and we've all got strong opinions on whether it's best with beef or chicken, roasties or mash, and if cauliflower cheese really belongs. It doesn't, by the way. But one thing isn't up for debate. A roast is always better with deliciously crispy, fluffy Paxo stuffing. A roast isn't a roast without Paxo, the original stuffing, lovingly crafted since 1901.
This season, I want to feel it from the start. Want to beat the odds and prove them all wrong. Look them in the eye and say, want to bet? Bet Fred. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Talk sport travel with Subway. Now serving deliciously fluffy spuds with fan-favorite fillings. Lunchtime legend.
In Kent, the coastbound M20 still closed from 8 at Leeds Castle to Ashford at 9 and queuing back to Maidstone at 7. A collision there in debris being cleaned up. Southbound M3 at junction 9. The Winchester North turn off, queuing towards there. Traffic at a standaway from junction 8. That's to sort out a collision there. And the M62 eastbound still very slow from 21 Milrow through towards Rishworth Moor 22. There was an issue there. It's cleared, but queuing back to Rochdale, junction 20. I'm Jules Buckley.
At GrosvenorCasinos.com, your game has been our passion for over half a century. You can feel the love every time you play. And we're here to keep your casino play fun with our range of safer gambling tools. From setting deposit limits, to taking a break, to reality checks. We've got everything you need on the app or online, right at your fingertips. GrosvenorCasinos.com, the home of real casino. 18+gambleaware.org.
Light up your Tuesday night with live League Cup football on Talk Sport. Cardiff come together with Chelsea.
What a finish!
Big bobble build-up begins at 7 with Spikey live commentary from 8.
Absolutely sensational.
That's the penciled up Tuesday night of League Cup football, part of the Festive 50 on Talk Sport.
Paul Hawksby, Andy Jacobs here on Talk Sport. We have the third test starting tonight at 11:30. A crucial one for England to a 2-0 down. And Pat Cummings and Nathan Lyon are back. Cummings is the interesting one. Matthew Hoggall is with us in the studio, former England bowler and Ashes winner. And Andy was saying earlier on, you know, he's not going to be match sharp. He hasn't played a lot of cricket for a while, but do you expect him to hit the ground running?
Well, you expect so, don't you? But there's a difference between bowling in nets, going off for a shower, getting changed, having a physio, then coming back out and bowling your third spell and your fourth spell, from standing out in the field all day. So it will be fresh to start with, and if he's fit enough to, it's the mental capacity saying, right then, if it's as flat as Adelaide can be, running up and hitting that deck hard with intent, over after over, ball after ball, and just sticking there and have that mental capacity to do that, the fitness will come in at the end of day 1 and 2.
That's where bowlers are so effective. His pitch map in the last test was incredible. It was basically like every ball was in the same spot.
And he looked very ordinary in the first innings, didn't he? When in the first test, you know.
Yeah, and we helped him. I mean, he just moved out the pitch wider. He doesn't have to attack our stumps because our batsmen like to edge it to the slips.
Yeah.
And try and drive big booming drives off length balls that are outside of stump. Whereas the Australians just leave that alone, and then the bowlers have to change the plan. And change the plan, you've got to come into the stumps and attack the pads, attack the stumps. You get a game wrong, you flip off the hit. Whereas leaving it outside off stump will go short. And that's, I might be old school, but it's not the right way of getting wickets in test matches.
Yeah, I do think that the signs from Stokes and Jackson the last test, batting, with restraint batting, it's great innings at Headingley when the one with Luke, he started really, really slow. Got himself in, and then went mad at the end. And that is surely what they have to do, rather than go there from ball 1.
You learn the right skills. Speaking to Mark Prakash, you go through gears. When you first go out, you give first half round to the bowlers, you assess the conditions, assess what's happening, and then you go gear 1 to 2, 2, 3, new bowler. Let's go back a couple of gears to see what the new bowlers do, what bounces he gets. Is it really, you know, he's not going to try and attack this bowler as well. But it's using your brain and saying, right, when can I attack? When do I have to defend? What does my team need me to do now? And it is about scoring runs, and it doesn't matter how you score runs, but you can't score runs if you've nicked off the first 2 balls and you sat in the hutch.
Yeah. So what about Josh Tongue, Hoggy? What are you expecting from him?
Yeah, so again, wicket taker. He does hit a fuller length, and he will challenge the batsman on the front foot rather than the back foot if he's given the licence to by his captain. But yeah, wicket taking, and that's what you need. You need to take wickets in a test match. 20 wickets is hard to get on flat wickets, so pitching up, challenging that front pad he'll bring to that team.
You mentioned earlier on that our bowlers not really getting a rest because they've been out there back far. What is that like when you're out in those conditions? Is that, especially in Adelaide, where it's going to be pretty hard work?
People say, I suppose, you don't have rest, but it's always bollocks. It's incredible. You need to be able to because bowling is hard work. And if you think you've only just got your boots off and then you've had to bat and then you've had to rush off to get your bowling boots on, it does take it out of you. And that's why there's been given time in between test matches now for people to recuperate. And you want to see that hostile spell against the batsman. You want to see the batsman, do you know, this is hard work. That's why it's called Test cricket. And if you're playing it at fast forward and you're playing it like a one-day game, you don't get that little battle of fast bowler versus the batter.
Do you think it's a factor that Smith not captaining the team this time? I mean, he's been brilliant in the first two tests. Is he a better captain than Cummins?
Again, the captaincy makes the decisions who's bowling, who's batting. There will be chats between Smith and Cummins. Cummins is captain fantastic. He's got a great record. So I don't really care who's captain because it's such an individualistic sport. When you're batting, your captain can't do anything for you because you're in charge of what shots you play, how you go about making your innings. When you're bowling, you should go up to your captain and say, right, then this is how I plan on getting these batsmen out. I want X, 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 X. I want 3 slips go there. I'm going to pitch it up, and my plan A is to challenge that outside edge, and this is what I'm going to do.
Someone put me out of my misery. What time is it?
Okay, set the field, and we'll
Shut up. Give it a rest. Oh, half toe, great. Right. Right, you're charged up. You can fuck off. Boom, boom, boom.
It's a simple game. You need 10 wickets.
I'm swearing now anyway, so.
Yeah. Nothing. Okay. Nothing else to do, Fabber. Nothing else done. I mean, if you could turn the flipping shut up a bit. If I just stop the Twitch over head torches and pressure's gone. Yeah. Just had to put everything back in the cupboard for 5 minutes whilst I sorted something out. I've got blocks in the holes again. Stop, Carl! Just perfect too, otherwise. Yeah, I couldn't. It was like for the weekend, it was like frozen. Blocked up. It just. Is the hose on? Is the heating part of the hose on? Yeah, that is. Just the whip end. Yeah. As soon as it eventually cleared from there, it started moving again. It took about 5 minutes and was covered. get a solid decal price, but the big ones are all sorry, what?
Racing calendar. Honestly, they're doing rep. You want to leave in 100 years? You know they still made them. Yes.
Oh, you guys can't talk to it. No, you're right. Hey, is it yours? Oh, I can't do it. You keep going to Jackson, we never see him die, eh? Vision, vision. But at the same time, I think his generation need that. They're going through dirty go-karts, like, give him a bit of life, give him a bit of life again. Yeah, Jack, this is what you need. Oh, God. Honestly, when we used to go in next door to Dave's, it's like reeks of fag. Tony talking about bird spotting and they're just pollen everywhere. That's something to aspire to. What do you reckon, a couple of $100 mil? Yeah, there's barely anything to do at the front. No, 800 mil like last time. But what are we doing with the rest of this? Oh yes, stand the brush up in it.
It gives us the opportunity, Tom. It gives it to us.
I'm going to make an NEC sample with this. Might cost 25 quid, but worth it.
It'll be worth it, Tom.
That's what they want to send, is it? Yes. Oh, you're right. Yeah, no problem. What is the time? It is 3:30. Fantastic. That is an hour and a half away from home time. If you want free stuff, just turn the jog on.
Right, he does. Obviously. So, on what level is it a worthwhile?
You can't go off followers and subscribers because you can buy 1,000 likes for like 40 quid.
Yeah.
How many views you get some videos?
On what? They've got a few, like over 150,000.
But again, you can pay for that, which is well cheap.
I think it's a view channel because of the comments, the amount of comments on every video. Yeah. The amount of comments on every video is scrolling down and down and down and down.
Are they relatable comments?
Yeah, they are. They're all about what he's doing. He basically, him and his girlfriend they're trying to have an off-grid life. And they bought which he has bought product from us in the past. So they're like doing off-grid.
Anyway, it's not Tristan Young, is it?
No, his name's Peter something. It's called off-grid life. Well, you know Tristan Young.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing. He's been to Bulgaria, Hungary, everything and back in a van.
No, it's not him. As I've just noticed, the cat has a bit of clean paint from Pembrokes because I sent it to down to see.
Nice.
I can send I can give one of them to him.
And that means we found like a good 800 mil for this. So we're covered.
Well, this is a big charge, of course.
Well,
give that good swipe up.
Let's give it a nice bing bang.
Put a little bit in there as well, just to make sure it's all right.
Yeah, well, that's how you test microns. Mr. Micro Pinders.
See what?
What did you say? Simon, come on, man. There's no way you've got a leg that big and the penis as well. Come on, man. The camera's rolling, isn't it? Yes. I haven't lied though, have I? Without you, John, I don't know what I'd do. It's John! But without John, I don't know what I'd do. He's such good. He's such a nice thing. We're such good friends. You don't even know my name. You bought me a drink that time. On company expenses. It's just so nice when someone understands and lets me every week. You took me away on it in a hotel and everything. On company expenses. You said I was the master to your steel. I said, sell steel, master. Love of God, Simon. Blimey.
hello, you people. How to rust proof? I don't know, man. Just let the oil leak. Yeah, that works for some people. God.
single dick, double dick.
Continue concentrating. One single on a double tummy. Single, double.
Now, bing bang. Big dick, double dick, cardboard box. Oh shit, that stinks! Where have you had it? It's only been in my pants. Ah! It's just a bit of meat.
Let it breathe, baby. Baby, let it breathe.
I think he's done plenty of breathing, mate. He's huffing.
It's making me feel sick.
He's pumping out so much air, it might as well be a dehumidifier.
Dave, you're not being fair. Not being fair. What did Ronnie say to you?
David, please let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
What did Ronnie say? He said, let Shaq air the tool bag.
David! Let him air it out. We haven't got an airing cupboard, Renee, in the restaurant.
He said, you know what he said about my shirts? You know what he said? Let them air.
Let the people air. Come here.
I don't think he meant the old shashlicker. He did tell me.
He said it was kofta. No, he meant his back.
He said, let the kofta air.
Shaq's kofta. Well, yes, Picasso. Is that all over the place? It might as well be. I don't understand. If I'm AI, you'd have a much better looking version. Flipping cold.
Bing bang, ming-a-ling, bing bang bong, in a thong. Nice. There's some weird people out there. Weird people. Everything. Bloody hell. So much shit about. Oh. Pain in the hole.
Hey, Shad, you alright? Cold enough. Thanks a lot, mate.
What's that from?
My ringtone, right?
What was it? Your
Ringtone, mate.
Your ringtone.
When you borrowed my phone to go out with Cameron, and it went off in the lift. Oh, this is nice. I like this.
Oh, can I?
You know these people?
My friend. Yeah.
Oh, you can make honour to me for this. Wait, what? What have I got to make honour to you? Yes. Put it in my eye, put it in my eye. Make honour to this.
That was his song, wasn't it?
It is I, it is I. Look into my eyes, look into my eyes.
Look into my eye, look into my eye. So look round the eye, look straight at my eye.
Not the Jet eye, not the Afghan eye. American eye, in the eye.
Cameron. My name is Cameron.
Everybody knows it's better than peanuts.
Cameron. He has got more screws inside.
If you need to jog on, because the screws are left in the flipping video, or someone's just smashed them before. I'm not drilling out bolts. Snippy, snippy. Not snippy. His name is Cameron, he will chase inside your eyes. His name is Cameron,
His next squeaky Magnum.
What Magnum is it? Like the West Indies Magnum.
What?
West Indies, you get little bottles of Magnum, don't you? I can't remember what it is, it's like a mix between port and wine or something like that.
Oh, little Magnum,
Yes. Yes. Oh, flipping heck, it's so cold. So cold.
Well, I'm sort of stuck. Because I put the underthrows on. Let's go bed then. Let's go home.
I think I might do, but can I go on my own?
You want to come with me for bed?
I'm gonna make a sample out of this.
Oh, nice.
JJJ.
Nice. That, what, I mean, what are you thinking we could take that? Got an application for that? A bit of point sales that you're making there, Tom?
If I can get it to lean, because that's the one. The lean is like...
Oh, the lean's the one.
The 80s special album front cover, isn't it?
Mate, if you're done, let's go home.
Yeah. I will not argue with this.
Yes! Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream! Come on.